Hello, everybody. Good morning. Welcome on in. It's good to see you all. Castle, thank you so much for being first. Roar, thank you for being second. Raz, thank you for being third. Emmy Doll Dev, thank you so much for being fourth. Roar, thank you for clicking me. Aniji, welcome in. Not gravy today, but still glomps. Jeb, thank you so much for being fifth. How are you doing today? Crassitator, welcome in. Thank you for being here. There you go, get your pops. Hi, Amy Doll Dev. How you doing? How's everybody been? Sorry, it's a little bit late today. I mean, we knew it was gonna happen. We knew it was gonna happen, y'all. We knew it was gonna happen. Um, I'm doing really well. I woke up late today as always. I don't know what to do to fix this schedule of mine. I think, I think we're just fucked. I think we're just fucked. That's it. I think that's it. I think that this is just fucked and we can't fix it anymore. We'll see. um, at least for the time being. Who knows? Y'all popping in chat? I see y'all. Niji, thank you so much for being here. I what did I do? I did nothing today. I had a really nice shower. That's why it took so long. I had a nice long shower. I feel rejuvenated, y'all. Feel so much better. I've been putting it off for like a day or two. And yeah, it feels great. Anyways, what have y'all been up to? Plus 800 HP? It does feel like that. It does feel like that. Um, Trying to think. Anything else? Not really, no. Part of the reason I'm late today is because I spent all yesterday morning in Ashina's chat watching her play Nine Souls. That was fun. Probably gonna have at least one more day of doing that, you know? Napping on the couch like an hour after waking up. I totally relate to that. I've been there before. Couch naps are great. Sometimes they just hit in a way that bed naps don't, you know? I can't get the pops right. There we go. Hey Saturn, welcome on in. How you doing? There you go. Doing clothes repairs, probably not being as active as you are, but you know, yeah. Hey, I hope your clothes repairs go well. That's really cool. That's not a skill that I particularly have. I just kind of when they wear out, I just keep wearing them anyways. I just keep wearing them anyways. I had holes in a lot of my pajama pants for a long time. Yeah. It was really fun day yesterday. Gotta go grab dinner. Oh, it's so late for you to be getting dinner. I hope you get something good and tasty though. Oh, what are we gonna do tonight, y'all? I've been starting stream lately and having no clue what the fuck we're gonna do. I played a little bit of Monster Train 2 today. That was nice. Maybe we could play some more of that. I've been enjoying Risk of Rain too. That's good. Um, Oxygen not included. I need to get back to coding at some point, y'all. I need to get back to coding. Maybe that's what we do. Close repair. Pig. Yes. Pig. No, Pog. I think we should make pig a thing. I think people should just shout pig. I think that'd be pretty funny. Not pig? Yes, pig. Pig is cute. If you just be like, pig. Man, that's so pig. Like, I don't know, pretty big or something, you know? A mental breakdown is more common than we think. Hey, Derlaz, welcome on in. How you doing? Dalsy Experience, welcome in. How are you? Oh, I like that little emote. Let's see. Oh my gosh, that's actually so cute. Hi, I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for being here. And Aqua OSRS, thank you for being here as well today. OSRS. I'm trying to figure out what we're going to be doing tonight. Hey, K-Bat. The kitty cat's in my lap, y'all. He's in my lap. I got him. Want to get back into coding? Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. I've been coding a little bit lately, but I've been taking a break because the thing I was working on works, but I want to fix it up. And you know how it is? Like, when you've got a project that you're really excited on because, you know, you haven't gotten it to work yet and you're putting a lot of energy into it, and then you like get it working, and then you're like, I gotta do like a lot of little things on it to make it better, and like the tweaks aren't quite as fun. Coming a bit up from a monumental psychological moment. I'm so sorry to hear that, Deluz. I hope things are getting a little bit better for you. Same, yeah. Yeah, that's pretty much just how it goes sometimes. Um, I'm excited about the changes that I need to make to what I'm working on because it'll make future coding easier, but it's just one of those things where it's like it's not that really interesting, you know? Um, but yeah, yeah, yeah. What else? I was gonna say something. What was I gonna say? You shout pig when you see the cops. Oh my goodness. Yeah, okay, that works. Um, maybe we do that tonight. Maybe this is just a good reason, a good excuse to do so. Coding's always like pretty chill. I just hate when I run into a wall, which I often do because it's been a good long while since I coded anything seriously. Um, maybe we just do that. Maybe we just make an executive decision. It's always fun. What do I usually code? Uh-oh. Uh, I've been coding game mods recently. Oh, it's always this question. It's always this question. I'll be shocked. Yeah, yeah, you might be shocked. Um, recently I've been coding a mod that adds shock collar support to games. So I added shock collar support to Nine Souls recently, and I want to set it up so that I can add it to more games easily. And oh my god, shock collar got it? Yeah. The previous project that I was working on a little bit last year was adding butt plug support to Silksong butt plug IO so that it can work with vibrators. Normally, my community bullies me whenever raiders come in. They get some kind of perverse pleasure from it. Maybe I do too. IO? Yeah, IO. Yeah. Yeah, input, output. Yep. Fortunately, I didn't end up finishing that project. I put a lot of work into it. I'd end up finishing it. Somebody beat me to making a good version of it. But for probably, I don't know, 3 or 4 months, no one had really had anything in place for that. And look, I get these ideas in my head, right? I get these ideas in my head, and then it's a situation where like no one tells me that I can't. No one can stop me, so I don't. And then I just do. I just keep doing it. One of the reason the world goes on, I guess, the path to degeneracy. That's the reason. Um, let's do that. Yeah, let's. Yeah, so let me do this. Let me do this. We'll see if this crashes the model. Does it keep working? Keep working? Yeah. Okay, cool. Just close it out of Steam so I could have a little bit more resources. Cause God, Visual Studio sucks ass. Get one of those heart rate monitors too. Huh. Maybe. I don't really use. Oh my goodness. Come on. See if we can get some music going too. I like you. Thank you. I appreciate it, Aqua. Raz for the positivity. Okay, okay. So my positivity is that yesterday, despite staying up for a really long time, was a whole lot of fun. Um, I don't know what's wrong with me, y'all, but I really like shocking people. And I got to do that for several hours. And it was very exciting. It's very funny to like lean into the whole bit. But no, I've been watching Ashina do Nine Souls, and she's been using the shock collar mod, and that's been a lot of fun. A sadist confirm? I don't know, honestly. There's definitely something a bit there. What was my percentage of sadism? I think it was only like 40 something last time I took the test. You missed most of Ash's stream because you hung out with a friend and call. Hey, no, I'm glad that you were able to have a lot of fun in a voice chat like that. I think that's a big deal, right? Um, Streams are fun and all, but kind of having that one-on-one situation where you get to talk to somebody back and forth and like have a really intimate moment, that's really nice, you know? Definitely shocked you with the coding, your toys vibrate. Yeah, well, I don't have any toys. They're actually not for me. Um, funny enough, I'm actually asexual, so I don't really like have sexual attraction to people. I just find some of the stuff really fascinating. Um, what was I looking up here? Oh, right. It was streaming stuff. This where my test was. Let's find out what my BDS was. It like 46%? What was it? It was a non-zero amount on sadism, that's for sure. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. We code some weird stuff. We talk about some weird stuff on here. We're very flexible when it comes to when it comes to what we cover on stream. I'm just getting Visual Studio pulled up. It'll take a little bit. And also working on getting some music because if we're coding, music is nice to have. Even though having a browser and Visual Studio basically is like more than my computer can handle. It's so bad, y'all. Yeah, it's this one right here. Get logged in. And pull up our playlist. I understand staying up too late for a fun stream. Often stay later than you should, hanging out with a cute snail girl. Which one? Who you been hanging out with? That's not me. I'm just kidding, Niji. Thank you. I appreciate it. That's very sweet of you. Although I do hope that you take care of yourself, just like I hope that I take care of myself. Just like we know that neither of us probably really will. Hmm. Browser audio. Good. Okay, everything's set up now. Oh, that's probably pretty loud now that I think about it. Yeah, it is. Okay. Got up on sleep last night with like 10 hours of sleep. Now you can fuck it up a bit again. That's not how sleep works, but I do appreciate it. It's kind of funny, but it's not how it works really. Once you can't store sleep for later, and you can't make up for sleep that you missed by sleeping more. Let's see. Change that. How's the volume? Is it too loud, too low? What are we feeling for the music there? Nua? Nua? Oh, is this gonna open or not? A bit louder? Okay, we can do that. That good enough? It's always tricky because it's louder on my end than it is for y'all. So I have to like turn my speakers down because otherwise, I don't know. I'm really sound sensitive. Have a mixer? What do you mean? Elgato Wavelink made theirs free. Oh no, I don't. What is that? Sadist, 40%. That was pretty good. Audio podcast level routing effects. Nope, I don't have that. What are we coding today? Gonna work on the 9 Souls mod a little bit. Make my audio lower than what you hear. I mean, I do that by just manually adjusting mine. The problem... Here's the thing, y'all. I'm sure that this application is like really cool. I'm sure that it's free and that's great. What I'm not sure is I'm not sure that I could run it on my computer while running all the other shit that I need to run with this computer being as bad as it is. Let's see. Does it give me specs? Yeah, here we go. System requirements. 8 gigs of RAM, recommended 16. Fuck you. 10th gen CPU or higher. Yeah, I don't know that I can actually. It would be difficult, I think. Good for you as well. Back though. Stream dive for a second. Yeah, I was. This is what I'm talking about, y'all. This is what I'm talking about, right? Hey, Abigail Tabatil, welcome on in. How you doing? Don't how well perform or just working with the VTuber software. Yeah. So when the stream died, literally all I did was pull up a second tab to search for Elgato Wavelink and read that tab. That's it. And it fucked up the computer. Like I lost OBS for a second. So yeah, I will keep it in mind, and I will use it when we have a better system in the future. But that may be at some time from now. That being said, damn, I wish that my situation with money wasn't so nebulous. That's the thing. I wish that my situation with money wasn't so uncertain, right? Computer's on life support. It's 10 years old. So yeah. Um I'm in a situation right now where I may need money to move. I may need money for an AC. I need money for a new computer. I need money for laser hair removal. Um, I need money for rent, right? So like I've got all of these things that I'm kind of juggling. And I don't have an income. So we have to kind of pick and choose on what we're gonna do. Is that an Elmira emote? Oh my goodness, the computer. It is an Elmira emote. That's great. Elmira's great. I haven't stopped by there in a while. The PNG Tuber Plus crashed, so I'm getting it pulled back up. Monetize the Bloodhound mods. I mean, someone has suggested. Um, someone has suggested doing like commissions or something like that. So it is something that's like kind of on the table as a potential. I'd need to fix things up and get them in a much more modular state to be able to like really do those successfully and like quickly. But yeah, I mean, it is definitely a possibility that like mods could be something that I monetize in some way. It feels, I don't know that I like that idea, but you know, I don't know that a lot of us have a lot of choice under this capitalistic system. All right, let's get this thing pulled back up. I feel naked when I got no model. Also, I think that what is going on? Holy shit. Y'all, let's see if we can get this to work. Model? This is not gonna work. Okay, we gotta do it this way. That would explain it. Okay, never mind. I launched the wrong PNG Tuber Plus. Eve, welcome in. How you doing? Hi, we're back. It's almost like nothing happened. It hasn't taken us 25 minutes to get here. Welcome in. How you doing? Okay, let's see. All right, this is what we're working on. This is the Nine Souls Shock plugin. There are a few things that I would like to accomplish. Oh, my hair's still like really wet. It's always been 2 months. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate it, Eve. It has been 2 months. That's so sweet of you. Thank you. Okay. See, this is also what I'm talking about, right? Like it even takes it a minute to respond when I'm like hitting enter and stuff. Okay. So a few things that we'd like to do here today. I'm just gonna like write these out so we kind of have them remembered. So the first is there is currently a bug in one of the sections here. So whenever the player is damaged, there are times when you are invulnerable during like a screen transition that it prevents it from like taking damage, but the mod still acts like you have taken damage and it shocks you. That shouldn't happen, right? Um, Now let me change my categories. Cool, perfect. Um, So yeah, like let's say the player is going between doors or something and an enemy lunges at them. They don't take damage, but the mod still shocks them. It shouldn't do that. It's funny, and honestly, the people who are into this kind of stuff probably don't care that much, but I do care, right? So the other thing that we want to do is want to implement damage over time effects. And what's the other one? Boss scaling? This one's a bit more of like a big question. I don't know that it's like super necessary. It'd be a fun little thing to implement. In that like the lower the boss's hit point gets, the stronger it modifies the shock that you take. So let's say the boss would shock you for like uh, intensity 10 at full hit points. You know, if they get down to like 10%, maybe they shock you for intensity 35 for that exact same hit, right? Like it gives it scaling. So that's one thing. And then the other thing we want to work on is um, refactoring the code. And we want to make it modular. And probably separate out some of these sections. This is like really shit code that I did. I needed something that worked, and I wanted something that now works better than this. Still does the same thing, but works better. So we need to do that. And then the other thing I want to do is implement WebSocket server instead of HTTP. Maybe have both of them as an option. But WSS should be quite a bit faster than HTTP if things are working correctly, and that may cut down on some of the latency whenever the player gets shocked and then like getting a response from the server. Hey, Questful Bays, welcome on in. How you doing? Good to see you. So this is what we want to work on. Um, hmm. First thing I want to do, let's take a look at this bug. I am going to pull up the code on the screen for Nine Souls. Yet again, launching another thing. It's gonna take a little bit to load. Honestly, I'm gonna go ahead and close out of Discord too. Probably not gonna need that for much. Okay, almost got this launched. I think I know what I'm going to be looking for in the code to fix this bug. Should be just like a little check on. Okay. It should be fine to show this on screen too. Where's that go? Oh, it goes right behind me. Gotcha. That's perfect. That's not where I want it to be at all. Okay, if we take a look at our code here. This is DNSpy. This is taking a peek in the actual code of Nine Souls. So a lot of what we've been basically looking into is the player health class has the receive damage right here, receive damage, receive dot. Let's see, and then there's another class that we've been working with, which is player parry state, I think, that is for accurate and inaccurate parries. So receive damage is what happens whenever you get hit, whether that is like stepping into a trap, whether that is getting hit by a boss, um, whatever it might be, right? Let's see. Oh my goodness. Okay, so if they're less than 0, then it sets it to 0. Or 1, okay. If base dot is invincible, I think this is what we're looking for. Or, hang on a sec. Turn false. Okay, maybe if it just returns true, that might be just an easier way of checking it. Set the recoverable time. Yeah, honestly, I think if we just check to see whether it's returning true or false, that's probably going to be the best way of doing it. Because if it's returning false, it means that like there is no damage dealer. Or it's an invincible hit. Or air state type foo explode. Foo explode jade. That's something about recoverable damage, right? Um, Let me look up the jades real quick. I don't remember specifically what this one is referring to. Oh, there is no model on this screen. Oh, huh. This is an equipable jade which will do something. Stasis, steady, popper, avarice, cultivation. Is this reciprocation? No. Ricochet. Endure Foo. And what is Endure Foo? Hey, Ginger Cat, welcome in. How you doing? Okay, so what this is doing is if the Endure Food Explode Jade is active, so it's something about exploding, player state exploding. You're good. I'm glad to hear that. And thank you so much for being my very first stop of the stream. I appreciate that. It's lovely to see you as well. I'm doing really well. I'm looking on my phone to find out what we're actually looking at here. It's not any of these. Recoverable damage, last hit damage dealer equal damage dealer. To key charges, nope. It's not that one. Not Swift Ascent. Convert some damage to internal damage. Wait a sec. No, that wouldn't be it either. This is doing something to convert the damage number into recoverable damage. Ooh, explode. Jade data. God, this is not readable. Super duper cute. Thank you. I appreciate it. No, Snail. It's gonna be on the other screen. I don't have it on this one. I didn't feel like putting it on there. um, how you doing, Silvern? Welcome on in. Jade data. Locked in? You are me. I'm a little late locked in, yeah. Trying to like pull this stuff apart here. What the fuck is Foo Attack? What is Foo Explode? Is this talismans? That's great. Yeah, you're getting it beat by Pure Vessel. Good luck. Well, good luck. That's a really fun fight. I know you can do it. Have you beaten Pure Vessel before? I'm sure you have, right? If their current state is Foo Explode and their main ability is Fuder Explode, okay. Receive recoverable damage, last hit damage dealer damage. Okay. What I think this is saying, I think this is related to the Steely Jade? Talisman dash now ignores stagger from attacks. The received damage is still dealt. Okay. Charging Talisman detonation now ignores stagger from any enemy attacks, and any received direct damage is converted into internal damage. Hmm. I think Ashina's using this one too. That would explain some things. You haven't beaten Sealed Vessel, Hollow Knight? Oh, okay. Well, that's probably Pure Vessel's probably the best fight in the game, in my opinion. So enjoy it. Okay. So here's what's going on with this one. Here's what's going on. This damage calculation here will return false if they are immune, and it will return false if they are currently doing the Talisman Explosion, and they have the Talisman Explosion Jade on, right? The thing is, I still want them to get shocked right on this, because I don't think that you should be able to just not get shocked for playing sloppy, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to check for uh, this right here. If base dot is invincible, we're going to check for that. Your favorite is probably Nightmare King Grim, even Hornet. Yeah, I would say Pure Vessel is pretty close to Nightmare King Grim. Probably better, actually. I felt like it was a fight that flowed extremely well, and that's important to me. Okay, damage patch here. Okay, current health, return, dead, emergency stop. Yes, this is the boss modifier. A lot more punishing than Nightmare King Grim. Yeah, you love Mantis Lord. Oh, Mantis Lord is pretty good too. You might like the improved version. Okay, so that's not gonna work because it doesn't know what the fuck base is. Base is health. Okay. Is invincible. Public. Okay. I hope it's not a spoiler. Already know what happens. Also really love the Coliseum fights. Those aren't really bosses. You like it? Sisters Battle, big contender in that regard as well. Yeah, that makes total sense. Makes total sense. I think that one is. I think Sisters of Battle's good, but I don't know that I'm like. I don't know that it's what I'm there for. Okay, maybe it is this, right? We can do instance. Player health doesn't contain a definition, but well, fuck you. Um, wait, no. Oh God. Okay, never mind. I think we can. Yeah, there we go. My goodness. My typing is shit tonight. You're like Soul Tyrant? You are unique in that regard. There we go. Sisters is a tad simple. Then again, the other end of RNG dependency with Radiance, Zode, and the like aren't really your favorite. Zode is not RNG, I would say. There's some elements of Zode that are RNG, like which little shit bags he spits out. Um, but Zode himself is very doable. Zode's the first one I know hit, actually. That I did Radiant on. Sometimes you rage quit fight. This one you felt the drive keep pushing. Yeah, first fight you got stuck on without being frustrated, so you grew fond of it. Makes sense. Warhammer 40k has a faction called Sisters of Battle. Okay. There we go. I'm gonna go ahead and close out of that. Should be fine for now. Zotlings, jumps, tripping, it's more random than a lot of others. No, see, that's the thing though, is what it does, what Zote does, when it comes to like tripping and jumping and things like that, is not random. It appears random, but it is not. The Zotlings, yes. What it spits out is yes. But the thing is, those aspects of the fight are, what am I trying to say? It's like I guess what I'm using is terminology. My terminology might be a little bit different here, in that RNG is something that like happens and it you can't really like do anything about. Everything that Zote does is reactable, right? So like when I say that I did Zote as my first Radiant clear, it only took like 3 attempts. Um, And that's because everything that he does you can respond to, like, because his trip, right? His trip isn't random. His trip is just a different attack. Does that make sense? You left Zote to die this run, even though it didn't give you the achievement for it, so you only have that fight in your other save. Makes sense, makes sense. You hated it? I don't know. I think it's a decent fight once you get really good at it. It's very frustrating whenever you're brand new at the game. Um, it's super fucking frustrating when you're brand new at the game. In fact, one of the things that made me rage the absolute hardest was hitting Zote, stunning him, having him bounce off of the ground, and then do damage to me. That was fucking infuriating. But then again, the Sister Splinter did the same, right? Okay, so I think this is done. I think that we are in a situation where this may be done. Think you can handle it this run? Because last run, oh really? Was it that bad? Let's see. Dot effects and boss scaling. Oh, the other thing I wanted to do was um handle multi-shockers and what else? Vibration only and warning vibration. And then under shock options, it was cooldown, warning mode, warning type. I think my hands are just off by one tonight. Sister Splinter is also one of your less liked fights. It's not very fun. You hated Zote in the last Pantheon. I liked him. I thought he was fun. Hey, Flying Chainsaws, welcome on in. How you doing? Doing better today? I'm doing fine. I'm doing fine. I was doing fine yesterday too. It's just struggle. Why does the beat in this song sound like your mom's footsteps? Because I don't know. Back from another couch nap. Wakey, wakey. Better out day. Nothing wrong with that. Recently did get back into Silk Song to finally work on all achievements. Secret ending is done. Time for Steel Soul soon. Good luck on that, Mr. Titan. Song could do with a slower BPM. If you want it to have a slower BPM, then you make the song. Like, I don't know, take it up with the artist. You struggle with the easiest bosses? Which bosses? Hey Joey, welcome in. How you doing? Which bosses did you struggle with? Zote also does catch some special hate for making the Pantheon with bindings incredibly annoying. That is probably very true, yes. Like in the Pantheons, you kept losing so much health to one that it turns into a ball and jumps around. Ah, yeah, dung defender or white defender. Makes sense, makes sense. That one is very easy. I would definitely recommend going and trying the fight in the dream because it like continues to scale the amount of damage and you get very good at learning how to avoid it, you know. Skong, you say? Yeah, Bingo's the skongest. You're gonna call the artist? Please do. Tommy sucks. You should stop making music forever. I don't know that the fact that you dislike an aspect of the song means that the artist sucks. Good morning, MK. How you doing? Hi, hi, hi. Not that one. Hang on a sec. Oh, Umu? Umu, the like little caterpillar looking thing. Marmu. There you go, Marmu. Decent song. You're just thinking about what you would have done differently. That makes cute sounds. That sounds like Marmu. Doing okay. Just played the Library of Ruina while you're having to wait for the energy to do what you were supposed to do yesterday. You didn't sleep until like 10 a.m. though. Still earlier than me. But yeah, it sucks that he didn't get to bed until 10 a.m. That is really rough. I feel like, yep. YouTube's like, are you still listening? Of course I'm still fucking listening. Oh, this is so cool, y'all. So this part of the song, because it only comes in through one side, it shows it that way in OBS too. Does that mean no? My mic is not like directional, right? Like I don't sound like I'm off to the right. Nope, nope. Hmm. Huh. Well, this side of the mic is like way more sensitive. Huh. That's interesting. That's interesting. Maybe. Had this song based? You know I'm fucking based. God, like, why did you think I wasn't? Let's see. Caterpillars, Marmu, Umu is the big one. Yep. Dog is watching. He says hi. Well, hi, dog. How you doing? Movement seems so random to you. Same as Zote. I just stood in a corner and slapped. Doing good. Yesterday was a big day. I know you were doing a lot of driving yesterday. I don't really know what all it was about. I make cute sounds. Thank you, Niji. You're gonna go to bed? Well, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. Get yourself some good rest. Always lovely to have you. Marmu, Watcher Knights, and Dung White Defender, the ball bosses. Yeah. Fuck it, we ball all of those bosses. Mike sings mono. There have been times when it has only picked up one side. Um where it has only picked up one side, but yeah. And honestly, it maybe if it wasn't USB, maybe if it was like going through a DAW. I don't know. Any other Cave Town songs? No, not on this playlist. I know a few though. Truly the end game now. I have the final pieces of the main decks you're planning on. Well, there you go. You always think I'm base. Sometimes you get the urge to remind me. Well, that's sweet. Um, also stand in the center and juggle. That's true. Yeah. You need to build more decks eventually. Part of the end game needs you to use multiple teams without reusing cards. Oh, that's rough. You love Watcher Knights too? Not as much as the other, but they're cool. Watcher Knights was really challenging to no hit. Which ones do I know? I don't remember. It's been a while since I listened to them. Cave Town version 1 is the one that I like the best. Okay. I kind of want to think about doing the code refactoring, honestly. I think boss scaling I'm gonna make lowest priority. Because that one is gonna be so much fucking work. Hey Stella, welcome in. How you doing? You love Watcher Knights because you're one of the few people, who finds it easy. The fight itself is not difficult. Watcher Knight's fight is not difficult. Doing Watcher Knight fight no hit is very difficult. Welcome back, MK. You said you were going to St. Louis to visit family for the weekend? Well, heck yeah. I hope that your drive was uneventful, entirely boring. This is home? I've listened to it. It's been a while. I don't remember the lyrics or melody off the top of my head. Those are easier since most floors have a specific team you want to use for them, so they don't conflict with the generalist team beyond competition for specifically good cards. Gotcha. It's all about being trans and Arrow Ace. Yeah, yeah. So it's like Lemon Boy. Um, you were visiting family for the weekend, ended up coming out as non-binary to your mom. Well, heck yeah. Did that go okay for you? Did she understand? Did she like, was she supportive? And you don't have to go into the details, but like, I hope that she was. Fine with this? I feel like I did not eat enough for dinner. Doing good, been very busy playing a lot of Forza Horizon 6, also hanging out with a lot of people. I love that for you. That's amazing. It's good to be able to hang out with people like that. Um, I've not been playing Forza, but I've been watching somebody who's been playing Forza, and it's been quite interesting. Very silly. Supportive, your dad's going to be the more difficult one. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know all the details, so I really can't like offer any advice. I can just be supportive of it. So, gonna try to talk to your dad about it tonight. I wish you the best of luck on that. This one, this is Change by Churchill. The music video is really well done. I would recommend watching the music video if you get a chance. We got you finally trimmed the ends of your hair earlier, so you're very concerned for a second when you didn't feel it while stretching your shoulders. Oh, goodness. Hmm. Hmm. What? You ate before stream. You keep doing this. You literally ate before stream. It's been no more than 2.5 hours. Okay, so let's focus up here. Now that Caddy Boy's being annoying, let's focus. So I want to get damage over time effects taken care of, which is going to be tricky. So damage over time is mainly a couple different things that happens in game. Let's see. Gotta go through and clean all this crap up. You love this song? Yeah? It's a good one. Cats really be acting like they ain't in 15 years. They really are. Going to just hope using regular scissors doesn't screw it up. But it wasn't growing out anymore anyway, so there's only so much damage to be done. I understand. Love you some occult sounding stuff. It's pretty good. Focus? Hollow Knight reference? No, I don't think so. Stella, thank you so much for being my newest top of the stream. Appreciate it. Yeah, this is Cosmos Sheldrake. Okay, so damage over time effects is damage over time occurs when the player is primarily standing in fire. Cat, you're gonna have to wait. Go. Shoot, 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 shoot. Oh my god. Another artist you don't listen to enough. He's got some really good songs. Um, can pull back while cutting to get a cleaner cut. Interesting. You know nothing about them, but this song, yeah. This is Come Along by Cosmo Sheldrake. We also have The Moss by Cosmo Sheldrake. And what's the other one? Rich? Is it Rich a Cosmo Sheldrake song? Do I have that on this playlist? Yeah, Cosmo Sheldrake Rich is another song that's on here. I think those three. Yeah, the Moss is quite good. I like the Moss. I'm a big fan of like fairy tale fable kind of stuff. Heard him described as what if AJR is good? I don't know who AJR is. You doing that just didn't mean you know you had a wedge blade instead of a flatter blade like hair scissors would have any effect. Probably does. There's probably a good reason that they're that way. Cat, go on. Oh, oh my god, stop fighting me. Stop. Stop. Mind of Rocks is another one you'd have to recommend from Cosmo Shelter. Haven't heard that one. What is AJR? I don't know what that is. One second. I need to just put this cat over on the couch. All right, I am back. Just picked him up and put him on the couch. Moved him over there so he's not next to me trying to bite me. Are you serious? Why are you like this? Hey, just because you don't get what you want doesn't mean you go fight cricket. That's not what that means. Hey, stop. Oh my goodness. No, this is the fluffy boy. The fluffy boy is such a piece of shit when he doesn't get what he wants. Please go. Please go. Go. God, he's being so annoying. Learn their language? I don't need to learn the language. I know what he's trying to tell me. It's just he's not going to get food yet. He keeps doing this. Seems to be a chat delay. There is. It's because the stream went down for a little bit. Cats do like interrupting streams. You had Ocean in your room the other day until you kicked her out. She was trampling on you and trying to eat cords. Yep, pretty much. Yeah, it's because earlier today, when I was messing around with the thing, the stream went down for a few seconds because all I did was open a couple browser tabs. Okay, let's try to focus on this here. Normally after a few minutes, she'll just find somewhere to lay down. Yeah, I don't... God, it's so fucking hard to focus whenever I'm getting harassed like this. What I was saying was what? What was I saying? When Roku was around, he'd paw at you from the floor and put his claws on your sides to get your attention while streaming. Yeah, that's what he's doing. He's just being trying to get my attention. He just does it in extremely destructive ways. Speaking of cats, or cats say hi. Hi. No, do not put cats in the microwave. Do not advocate for violence against animals. A full stop. Don't do that. Okay. God. Your cats straight up threaten to climb into your microwave sometimes. when it's off, why there is no context that would make me think that putting a cat in a microwave when it's off is what you meant. Not sure if you're awake enough to cook anything. Not really much you have left though. If there's anything that you don't have to cook or anything that you can just microwave, probably be a good bet. Okay, so let's focus on this, right? Damage over time effects. Damage over time effects happen whenever the player is standing in fire. And there's one area where the whole place kind of like catches on fire a little bit. And I believe those are the only two places that damage over time effects occur, right? The problem that we're going to be dealing with here is that damage over time occurs over time, right? Which means that if you are standing in it for just a little bit, you're going to be taking a little damage. If you're standing in it for a long time, you're going to be taking damage for it the whole time. Meaning we have to track how long the player has been standing in the damage. Because it's a box, open a few cabinets in another room. There are no cabinets these cats can get into. How do I handle damage over time, small shocks again and again? That's what I'm talking through right now. Small shocks again and again is not going to really work because there is a significant delay between when something happens in game and when the server from PyShock gets it, and then a delay from when the server from PyShock sends the shock back to the player. We're talking like 3 seconds, something like that, right? And you can only send discrete amounts of. You basically send it an instruction. You say, shock at this amount for this long. Whereas with buttplug.io, you had an option of being like, okay, just vibrate at this intensity until I tell you to stop, right? More or less. So we have to figure out how to handle that because sending small shocks is not going to work. Sending small shocks is what I would like to do. It would be nice, but it's not feasible. 3 seconds is a lot. Yeah, it goes to them. Okay, well, I don't know if it's fully 3 seconds. It's about 3 seconds end to end because when someone is streaming, there is a delay from their side to Twitch, right? Like they'll get hit in their game. That goes from them to PyShock. PyShock then responds back to them. They react to getting hit. That reaction is in a stream, which also itself has delay. That reaction goes to Twitch. Twitch then goes to the end user. So you're actually making quite a bit of a trip between when the shock actually, like the event that causes the shock, and when the shock's reaction shows up, if that makes sense. But yeah, it is pretty bad. Part of it is that we're using HTTP, and I want to swap that over to WebSocket. But that is like on the list of things to do, as in like nice to have. Because WebSocket should be a little bit faster than HTTP as far as like doing the requests, and we should be able to use either. But yeah, so the other problem. Why would I go to Twitch? No, I'm saying that like, it's hard for me to know. 1 second. This is Dust by Maddie and the Dead Names, Silvern. Hey Dana Slime, how you doing? Hi. Okay, let's see. 1 second. What I'm saying is that like, WebSocket is what you want for this. It is. It's just the example that I had was HTTP. I had a WebSocket example, but it was I was having trouble getting it to work. I just needed something to work right away, and HTTP was functioning, right? That's a crazy name. Extremely based. Yeah. They're a small band down in Austin, Texas. I guess there's no reasonable way to bypass the server and send instructions directly. Reasonable? No, but yes, there is a way to do that. Sorry, let me focus back up and say here. But Amy Doll Dev, what I mean is that there is both the delay in the Twitch stream and the delay on PyShock. So the end user isn't experiencing like a massive delay. It's like a reasonable delay. It is pretty big though. But as far as like the stream goes, it's hard for me to know just how big that delay is because I'm dealing with both the Twitch delay and the PyShock delay for trying to like gauge how quickly it's happening on their end, if that makes sense. Um, Someone said they're gonna eat. Hey, Dana Slime. What was the what is the message you want me to read? What custom line read was it? Did you want to send that to me in Discord? Did you want to just like tell me how do you want to give that to me? The game of VTuber will be in sync with the Twitch delay. Yes, yes, but it again, it is kind of difficult for me to tell exactly because I'm not the one getting shocked, right? So that's why I said about 3 seconds. I don't know if it's 3 seconds, 2.5, 2 seconds, what? Because there is again some difficulty. Also, there's some difficulty in the person responding too, because again, it's not me getting the shocks. I understand what you're saying. It is not as much of an effect as going to PyShock. Triggered by a channel point, redeem, or message. A lot of the shocks are triggered on my end because I was also doing manual shocks, right? Yeah, I do not have one to test. That is what I'm getting at. If I did, I could give you a better example of like how long. It is still like it's still too long. I don't think their server's very good, to be honest. I think it's pretty slow. I don't know where it's located. I think it's located in. I think PyShock is located in the UK. So from here to there is going to be transatlantic, which is not helping as well. I'm pretty sure they're based in the UK. Let's see. Okay, so damage over time. What we're trying to figure out is, God, every fucking time I try to get my brain into gear, I have an interruption. Dana Slime, what did you want to do about? What did you want to do about that line read? So I can get that off of my mind. Not an expert programmer. Really don't think there's a good way to shorten and synchronize delay to PyShock and Twitch unless you're setting them both 1 point. Okay, so there is because we're using HTTP, right? Just Pi. Do you want me to say it in any particular way? We're using HTTP, which is less good for this kind of connection than WebSocket. WebSocket would be like an open connection where they could talk back and forth. HTTP is clunky for what we're trying to do. So that would make it a little bit better. Now, for your question of could you bypass it and send it directly? Yes. The device that is being used, that is the PyShock hub, it's an ESP32. I actually have cracked firmware that somebody got me. Like they literally just went and made cracked firmware and they made it so that you could do it locally. The problem with that is if you flash the firmware on it to do it locally, it's not looking to the PyShock servers. The PyShock servers is how people from across the world can send you shocks, and so you're losing out on a large reason why you would even buy it in the first place, right? It has to connect and handshake every request. That's, yeah, a good way of putting it. However you want, just being silly. Okay. Let me mute this on the stream for a second. Pie, 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 pie. There we go. I got you a bunch of them. We'll figure out which one you like best. Yeah, WebSocket would be way better. It's a little bit more complex because again, you have to like do it a different way. And again, I had an example on it. I just didn't have the ability to get it ready in a time crunch. Um, that being said, we're still working on the dot, which is what we're working on now. Which I think what I need to do here is I need to track how long it's happened, and I need to track when to actually send the command to shock, right? Um, I don't 100% know how often this gets called. The receive dot damage. I think it is potentially every frame. Um, Something that seemed relevant to me. You found a snail's work. Yeah, okay. Relevant to me. You found to snails at work yesterday. What is it? What's going on? So, I think I'm gonna have to have an update method in here. Meow. Yeah. What's up, kitty cat? I know what's up. You want fucking food. You always want food. Is it better to handle it here? No, I think I'd rather have this handled in the plugin. Maybe that's not the best way to do it, but it's probably fine. Dot damage, health percentage. I actually don't think I need to send either of these. What if instead... What if we just calculated the health percentage and if it's lower than the last time? And then we'd have a starting health and then a not starting health? I'd do some game dev since you're up at 5 a.m. anyways, redesigning a system from the ground up again because you didn't really like what you had initially. Oh, gotcha, gotcha. Hmm. Health percentage, current health, max health. So we can make this I think you mentioned it before, but you're working on a strategy RPG. I think you have mentioned that. Just here for the vibes and the coding. You could say you're vibe coding. At one point, I was coding for vibes. I was vibe coding vibes code. Vibing while vibing. Vibe coding while vibe coding vibe codes, I guess. Something like that. Current health and max health are both floats. Are you serious? What? Right, it's going to be static. Last health is less than current health. And see what I did there? Of course, of course. The cool kind of vibe coding. Yep. Night night, Raz. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. You get yourself some good sleep, okay? Kind you need to look into. There are plenty of them out there. Hmm. There we go. Is this right? Yeah, it's probably fine. Started raining right as you were gonna go outside to see what you have. No, that's terrible. Is this the fat rat? It is, yes. No way. Have you not been around here for this? Your 2017 EDU nostalgia? Okay. EDM? Something? Peak coding music? If you say so. Probably Godot, because SRPG Maker seems a bit too limited. RPG Maker? What's SRPG Maker? If it's the one I'm thinking of, RPG Maker, then yeah, it's pretty limited. Okay, so if you've taken damage, last health would be more than current health. Current health, last health, current health would be lower. More than last known health, yes. What if it's less? Less. Hmm. think we do. Godot mentioned? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Goat dot. I think it's funny. Probably make it work. With your past experience with other RPG makers, you'd spend 75% of your time trying to work around the limitations and still have to make sacrifices with Halffoot. Yeah, it is. It is a system that's designed to do like one thing very specifically. And if it's not that one thing, it's the wrong tool for the job, essentially. Okay, so the current health is less than 0. Do we care about this? Yeah, we probably should reset it, yeah. At the moment, not the implementation phase, though. Just planning out the rough ideas of stuff like skills and weapons that you need a text document for. Got it. Makes sense. Yeah, that seems like a good thing you could work on today. So it's less than that we have healed since the last amount reset. Okay. Max Sylvester, thank you so much for following. I appreciate it. Welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. That's good. A good plan can save you so much time. This is true. Gonna be a lot easier coding stuff from the ground up to work with those systems than trying to work with stuff that works with a pre-made backbone. Yes. Pretty much the exact same reasoning you're not using SP RPG Maker. Yes. Mm-hmm. Cat looking at you and saying, "Hey, Decross the Fox, welcome in. How you doing?" I, Qualm. Your cat makes some weird sounds, Silvern. And how both your cats are just saying things, yeah. And in theory, the coding is the easy part anyway. SRPGs are basically chess with more math. I don't know if the coding is the easy part, but maybe. Doing fantastic on another shift, watching the kittens. Yeah, I'm doing really well. Thank you for asking. Just having a nice chill night, working on a little bit of code here. How are the kittens doing? Frequently they say, "Meow, make out." I think they're trying to tell you something. Hmm. You saw a post the other day that said the easiest part of game dev is the programming. I mean, if you're a good programmer, I suppose. Not saying programming is easy, but the rest is way harder. Okay, could be like a relative thing, yeah. Hey, Max Sylvester, how you doing? Welcome in. Good game design is hard. This is true. Coming up with a good game is very difficult. I think it maybe depends a little bit on someone's coding skills, though, right? Like if someone has never coded before ever, they might still be able to come up with a good idea for a game, right? Like they could come up with a good board game, for instance, or like a good card game that in physical would work really well. But if they've never coded before, they might find that part the hardest. Easy for you at least. Also need to learn basically every artistic discipline from nothing because you're a solo dev. Yep. Really glad to hear they're doing fantastic. The first two you made it are big fates, while this is the other one. Still a little bit. That's good. Okay, good. I think the hardest part of the game design is the design, and they're literally studying design. Hmm. Oh yes, I know the song. You also find coding very hard. It's pretty challenging because you don't code. Yeah. You played Yu-Gi-Oh for like 20 years, so you're used to English with weird and very specific syntax. I can see that. God, this is why am I doing this? Hey, thank you so much for the 7 stream streak. I appreciate it. It's always hard to read. You're a bit tired, not good at reading, so you try your best to spell. I appreciate it, Decross the Fox. It's okay. I know that it can be really challenging, and you're not normally awake at this time. And you probably wouldn't be if it weren't for these little kittens. So, thank you for trying. Mm. What was this one here? Where is my safety check? Here we go. That's true. Yeah, of course. Doing good, you think, except for giving yourself jet lag without ever leaving the house. Oh no. You having trouble getting some sleep? That is very relatable. Now, what do we want to call this? And make this last dot tick. What would be a good one here? From seconds. I haven't taken it in 2 seconds, I guess. One second, maybe? 1 second or 2 seconds? Calculated time, daytime now, minus that dot tick. Calculated time greater than or equal to time span from seconds. Then we would send shock. And it's not going to be damage percentage. What's it going to be based on? Poor man's poison? Yeah. We want this to be instead based on last health minus current health. Speaking of the moss. Mm. So this will be current health will be lower, right? Nobody knew and nobody knows. I'm sorry. Oh, wait, no. Oops. Duh. Um, so that is the amount. This will be divided by max health. And then we'll pull max health out. Hate doing it this way. Weird how damage value is something I don't actually need. Got good taste? Well, thank you. I appreciate it. There's just really what happens is there's a few songs that I like and I listen to them on repeat and then I make that the thing. So, um, okay, so we make this shock strength. Okay, so my thought here is that if it's been longer than 2 seconds, oh, I'm checking this in the wrong place, huh? No, this is fine because it'll be um update and it will be if Q shock is true, then handle Q shock essentially. Make this is Q shock queued. And like you said, you got done with clothes repairs. Heck yeah, nice. I'm glad. Okay, so let me walk through this here. Let's mental our way and see if this is correct. Yeah, let's take this out here. Yeah, it's Roar. Okay. Oh, and then we would make this. Okay. So what'll happen is if we take dot damage, then we will get the max health of the player, the current health of the player. The current health is less than 0, then the player is dead. We don't need to do anything, so we do not cue the shock. If it's paused, do nothing. Honestly, I should swap those around, huh? Okay, and then if the player is not dead, if our last health is less than or equal to current health, then last health is equal to current health. Which is basically saying that if the player has healed, I feel like you've been up doing a lot of nothing. You're doing great though. Hey, that's my day every day. Don't feel too bad about it. If last health is less than or equal to current health, then we have healed. And if we have healed, then our last health is going to be equal to current health, resets it. So the first tick of damage essentially will set our last health value. And then after that, we're taking damage, so current health will continue to be less than last health, in which case we need to queue up a shock. And we set our last known dot tick to now. And then if the player continues to take ticks, this will keep going into the else statement. We'll continue resetting our last known shock time. We'll keep saying that the shock is queued. So we spend all of our time there. And then let's comment this part out. Trying to figure out your HRT administration tools today. That'll be a good plan. I think it'll be really good to have those ready, so as soon as you get them, you'll be able to get it started up. You get it for sure. Sometimes nothing is nice. Yeah, sometimes nothing is really nice. So basically, every time we come into here, we are taking dot damage. Every time we are taking dot damage, we are seeing if our health is lower than it used to be, and if it is lower than it used to be, we update the current health, and we say, yeah, a shock is queued up, and we update the last time we've had the shock. Okay. Meanwhile, we're doing the update, so if there is a shock queued, then we are going to figure out if it has been more than 2 seconds since the last time that it has shocked. Once it has been more than 2 seconds, we will handle the queued shock, otherwise we do nothing. The handled queue shock is going to determine the shock strength based on our last health value, which is like the starting health. Yeah, starting health. Starting health? Starting health. Let's change this to starting health. Starting health. There we go. Okay, so in that case, our shock strength is going to be equal to our starting health minus the current health divided by max health. That is the percentage of health that the player has lost to dot damage. Assuming they have not also, like, been hit in there, I guess. I guess they'll just get a bad shock in that case. We're going to convert that to a normalized value, get a percentage. So we are looking at something here being between 101% of their health or something like that, right? Or 99 and 0%. So that'll set our shock strength, which will then fire a request to then shock them based on that amount. And then it will reset that a shock is unqueued because we have shocked the player. Okay. I think this seems fine. Let's put some logging in here because it's not fine. I would be incredibly surprised if it was. Okay, you haven't done anything. You said you did your clothes patching, right? It's cumulative. That's the plan. So instead of sending a bunch of little shocks, I think the best thing is going to be to make it a cumulative shock based on how much damage you've taken, and it just fires 2 seconds after you've stepped out of it and stopped taking dot damage. You and I, realize differences aside. I was wondering if that'd be possible, or if the first damage instance would proc without a way to check for continuous ones after that. Yeah, I think what's gonna be best is we just like bundle up all of that shock damage and then send it to them after a little bit as it like a delayed shock, rather than send a bunch of like little ones, because the little ones are gonna like step on each other and it potentially send shocks every frame. That's not gonna work. So the other alternative would be like the second you take dot damage to just send a shock of a value amount. And I don't know that I really like that one, that idea. Let's see. Blank, 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 yellow, blank, 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 green, blank, blank, yellow, green, 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 green. That's pretty good. That fifth guess is pretty darn good. Or, sorry, fourth guess. Roar, thank you so much for being my newest top of the stream. I appreciate that. Thank you. This? This is Unwanted Animal by The Amazing Devil. I played it at the start of stream a few times. You may not have been here for that, though. Okay. Yeah, I hear you, cat. Uh, um, okay, player damage for that, send the shock of that. All right. Okay. Finally, a son. Gonna go stream art. Well, good luck on that. I hope it goes well. There we go. I feel like I didn't code this right, but we'll have to see. Health percentage. Yeah, if not shocking on damage, do nothing. Damage options, current intensity is going to be... So this is how much health damage has been done, right? So you starting health minus the current, it's going to be that. Minus to 100. Yes. Rate the high shock, current intensity, damage options, duration, yes. Last shock time, I think that's good. And then that should have cleared this error as well. Yes, it did. Depending on your previous question, the dot effects in the game cause iframes. They do not. To my knowledge. No, they don't. No. Um, why do we ask? No. Meow. Meow. I'm gonna have to feed him a little bit. The vibration, shock options. I think we can maybe make these a little lower priority. I think I want to do those after doing a refactor of the code. Nine souls. Here we go. What's in here? Nope, not there. Doing a little bit of work on the side monitor. I want to get these compiled, but I want to save the previous versions as well. Plugins, here we go. Because if hits do, you'd imagine differentiating between dots and multiple successive hits that way. Take every idea you have with a grain of salt. You got 0 coding experience. They do not, and hits don't either. You can act like, I don't think the game gives you any iframes pretty much. I see where you're coming from, and that would be interesting if it did, but I don't think it does that. Yeah, we're gonna change that. Save. Build. Build solution. Herm, you say? Herm. Herm. Just waiting on our build to finish up here. You can kind of see it down on this in this corner a little bit. It's doing a build started. You can't see the actual like progress bar. It's not a progress bar, indicator, I guess. Green Day Banger, thank you. Hey, Kitty Sarah, welcome in. How you doing today? You know what? While this is building, let me step away. Let me feed the kitty cat. Otherwise, he's going to continue being a menace, and it could be a little bit. Getting hit twice in a row, already stacked to a bigger shock? No. It just gets 2 different shocks, and it definitely does that. Um, yeah, I'll be back in just a little bit, y'all. All right, thank y'all so much for waiting there for me. I appreciate it. We're back. The kitty boy has eaten. Hopefully, he'll be sated for a while. We'll see. Let's see. Newborn Kira, welcome in. How you doing, Meow Kitty? Yeah. He's a bit grouchy sometimes. He'll probably be meowing again before end of stream. Gotta feed the starving Victorian boy. Don't you even start with that. Kitty Sarah, rush get your guitar to play the solo. Oh, solo for which one? And yeah, I'm doing really well. Doing really well. Making a little bit of progress on the mod. Had a nice, easy day today. Got a good shower in, so I'm feeling great. Good night, good luck, have fun. Thank you so much for being here, Max Sylvester. I appreciate it. I hope that you have a wonderful night, day, whatever it might be. And it was wonderful getting to meet you. Think the cat ate me? No. No, he wouldn't do that. He's just very particular. He wants me to be next to him while he's eating. And if I'm doing literally anything, he gets upset and doesn't want to eat. Like, I made a snack for myself. I was away. I made a little bit of a snack for myself, right? And if I'm like running the sink or like making too much noise over on the side, he'll be like, "Oh, I don't fucking like this," and he'll leave. Um, if I'm not sitting next to him, he'll be like, "Oh, I see cricket over there. I don't like this. I'm gonna fucking leave." Uh, if he just gets bored while eating, he'll just be like, "Well, that's it. I'm just bored. I'm just gonna fucking leave." So if I'm not there to basically like coach him through eating, ain't gonna happen. um, I did say though that I have some food, so I'm gonna be nomming away on that while we work. Wake Me Up When September Ends. It's a good one. Yeah. Did the music pause here? Oh, of course, it's on this song. So I will be muted a little bit while we do that. Yeah, it's Yasobe. And mukbang, I don't think so. I'm not 100% sure what that is. It's like an eating content or something, right? You're pretty much never gonna hear me chew on stream ever, ever. That is the goal. ASMR food stuff. Never would ask for that though. Loud eaters bother you a lot. Exactly. Is that like Vorva Food Titan? Seriously? You little goober. Let's see. Can I just copy this whole thing and paste it? I wonder if it'll let me. All right, give me just a second. I'm gonna try opening a different project. All right, I am back. What I have done is I basically have copied our project. So what we were working on a second ago, is we were doing some bug fixes. We were adding a little bit of functionality to it that we were missing. Um, this is going to be a larger project where right now we have this very specifically made for Nine Souls. I'd like to take as much of this out of that and basically make it so that it's very generic and we can kind of like use whatever we need to use whenever we need to use it. That's the plan. So I made a separate project for this because this is going to be disruptive, you know? So we're going to be adding a couple of classes here. As soon as it loads. Oh, is my model messed up again? Dang. Let's see. We'll make this plug in. There it is. Okay. Let me change these around. Oh, this is going to be so annoying. Okay. So change our namespace up a little bit here. I'm going to have to change it on the API side as well. Don't lie, you're thinking if you ever get one, you barely paid Sekiro, and that could be a fun time to play through the game. I don't know if Sekiro has one or not. I don't really know how to write mods for Sekiro either. That was definitely suggested to me before as well. Sekiro is a lot of fun, and I think that would be something I can enjoy. Yeah. So our plugin here, since the dot accumulation waits a second, as far as you saw, to send the shock request being hit twice within a second, so there's no iframes will stack the shocks. For dots, yes. Yeah, if it is damage over time, yes. But it uses a different method than damage. Now, if you take damage and a dot at the same time, you will get shocked for your dot and you will get shocked for the damage. And the dot shock is probably going to be scaled by the damage value also that you took from like the normal hit. But I don't really have a good way of like doing something about that, I think. I think that'd be impossible to do like a scaling thing without like knowing where the hits are coming from. It's doable, but like annoying. Not for being hit normally, correct, right? So what happens here is whenever the player is hit, they get the receive dot damage method called. So imagine that they're fighting one-on-one, they've got a sword, then the enemy hits them with their sword, right? They don't block in time. So that will cause this to fire because the receive damage method will be called, and then this will run after the receive damage method. We will calculate how much that hit was for, and then eventually we will say, hey, go ahead and do that shock, right? This is a different method, receive dot damage. So if the player is standing in fire, for instance, this received dot damage is going to accumulate multiple times over a period of frames. And what we were doing is we're tracking like how long did you stand in it, how much damage did you take, and then we're then requesting a shock to be sent on that amount. These are independent methods in the game. It is a different method for handling dot damage and handling regular damage. So they are handled differently in our code as well. So yes. Does that answer your question? Wow, can't type. Hmm. Yeah, of course, of course. Um, Going on about that much? No, don't you worry. This will be, yeah. And then we'll want shock options. And then I feel like there's something I'm missing. I'm going to separate these into something like that, maybe. So this is going to be base Unity plugin. Um, the Unity engine? Is that what I'm missing? What is this? Beepin X. Oh, okay, okay. Meow, you say? Meow. Hmm. Okay, so config bindings are going to be requiring accessibility plugin, not less accessible in class. What? Public class? Oh, I see, I see, I see. Clamoring for food again? I don't know. He wants attention. I'm exhausted though. I'm not giving it to him. Okay, we got our logger. Pull this out. Mm-hmm. 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 Mr. Sandman. What does this do? Ah, right, okay. Hey, Clock Fox. All right, let me go ahead and set up for you here. And stretch and hydrate. Okay, here's your hydrate. Here's your stretch. Good stretch, good stretch. PyShock API. Cut this. Yeah, good morning. How are you? Okay, we're always gonna need those. These shock options. Like a list of shock options? Oh, let me think about this. Vibin', awesome. When in doubt, have no doubt. Good idea. We are vibing as well. Well, we're shocking is what we're doing right now. Shocking. Hmm. This would be a list of shock options. How do we want to do this? Uh, bread snail. Bread snail. Who's a bread snail? Let me cut that. Gotta get work stuff wrapped up. Get ready to go home. Yeah, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. I hope that your work went well. Have a safe trip home, and we'll have a great rest of the stream. Thank you. Flash shock, emergency key, emergency stop. These are not necessary. Intervals. Yeah, we can take all of these. Enable interval, stop key, last shock, emergency key, emergency stop. Okay. Death options, shock options, shock options, shock options. Uh, goes into awake, right? Instance equals null. Okay. This will be plugin name. I mean, it doesn't exist in the current context, right there. Oh. All right, and then okay, we'll figure that out in a little bit. And then it's going to be my plugin name info. Actually, let's just do it this way. We got the shock options. Shock options. So what I'm doing here is I'm basically cutting out everything that we need. Everything's just generic. We are cutting right out of this Nine Souls plugin, so that way all the generic stuff can be used for any other plugins in the future. Hey, Artemision, welcome on in. How you doing? It's been a little bit. It's good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. Hi, baby. Hey, kitty cat. He is meowing again. Go figure. It's been less than 30 minutes. Can you get, please? Get. Let's see. Log info. String. I've been really well. How are you? Good to see you. Let's see. Been busy lately. Be able to start streaming soon. Oh, well, heck yeah. Meows. Yeah. He meows. He meowsing. Oh, but that's really awesome news. That's so cool. Have you streamed before? Log arrow, log info, log of. Oh, we gotta make this shock logger dot debug error info message warning. I think warning would be useful. But yeah, I've been really well. Just been streaming. Been playing various games. Been doing various. Been working on a coding project here. Not a whole lot to really speak of, to be honest. So this will be shock logger. Nope. Hang on a sec. Info message. Okay, well, hang on a sec. Let's make this consistent. You wanted to do for a very long time, but didn't have the equipment. Now you're finally getting a PC. You're gonna be unstoppable. Heck yeah! You finished your little PNG tuber today, and you're still writing. Oh, that's so cute. Oh, I can't wait to see it. That'll be really cool. Yeah, we've been doing really well. It's hard to think of like any specifics or anything like that, but yeah. The Shenmue bring me a dream. Backlogger. Oh, that doesn't work over here though, right? No, it doesn't. Because it's not a plugin. Okay. And that's why I feel plugin. Like, do we need static? Yeah. There's only ever going to be one instance of the plugin. No, it's static. There we go. Now, are you going to figure out? Yes, good. So it should be able to help us with. Oh, come on now. Yeah, there we go. Well, it would work better if my computer were less poo-poo. Oh my gosh, it's literally so bad that tab replacement is not working right. Can you figure it out? Come on, help me out here. There you go. Okay, I guess it's just not gonna do what I want it to do, but it's fine. This is better than nothing. Just replacing all the instances of this with the shortened version. Plug in, plug in, plug in, plug in. This is just like way better readability. Hey, Lyris, welcome in. How you doing? Means nothing to you in terms of understanding, but you're sure it's really cool. Yeah. So, just working on the Nine Souls mod. We fixed a bug that was in the code a little while ago. And we implemented, we made it so that it can shock you on like damage over time effects. And right now I'm going through something that's really tedious. I'm kind of restructuring the whole thing. Because the way that I had it written, it works with Nine Souls, but it doesn't work with any other game. I want to make it so that I can use it with every other Unity game and only just have to change the game specific stuff. So that way, you know, if I want to do it with Risk of Rain, if I want to do it with Peak, if I want to do it with, I think like Phasmophobia, right? I would be able to do a whole lot less work. So yeah, this is just a side project. The plugin as it works still works just fine. This is just me being like weird about it, I guess. But yeah, how are you doing today? YouTube? I am still watching. What the? How the? Okay, one second, y'all. I was thinking that song was going for a little while. Oh my god. It took me out of my playlist and instead put that song, it played a 1 hour loop of that song. And we've been listening to it for 24 minutes before I realized. Oh, that's so funny. One second, let me get that fixed up. I can tell you how locked in I was. Go. Yeah, trying to make universal compatibility. That's the way. Um, so yeah, this right here, this class, that is for harmony patches. Harmony patches are specifically the thing that like talks to the game and you know, whenever something happens in the game, it causes the harmony patch to do something, and then I can use the harmony patches to do things in my code, right? So I would need to do new harmony patches for each different event. So if we're doing Silksong, it'd be getting hit. If you're doing Nine Souls, it's getting hit, but a different version because it's the Nine Souls code. Peak, taking damage. Again, it's the peak code. And then this part of the plugin would be for anything specific. So in Nine Souls, this would be options for like getting hit on parrying, getting shocked on taking damage, getting shocked on dying. Uh, Phasmophobia, it might be getting shocked whenever the ghost does an event. So I would need to do some work in here as well. But everything that's in the plugin, as far as like logging goes, a lot of like um, your base settings, like what's your PyShock username? What is there a safety button been pressed? That kind of stuff. That's going to be consistent across all mods. And then same with like the shock options and the ability to talk to the server. All those need to know is a value, and they're good to go, right? Best of luck with it. Yeah, it'll be really good. It'll be really good. I think that this will make it a lot easier to use in the future for other mods as well. Um, there's still some other things I want to add to like the Nine Souls, but I don't know. I've been meaning to do this for like a week and a half. And thank you, I appreciate it. Let's see. Check options. Plugins, yes, okay. I'm gonna pull those out. I hate how they did that. This is gonna override the wake, isn't it? No? Hmm.
It's
Hey
quite
Zoe,
simple.
welcome
You
in.
just
How
have
you
to know the
doing?
proper
It's good
way
to
to
see you.
work the comb.
Yeah, let's plug in safety check. Yeah. Come up more, but no, literally nothing about that's totally okay. This is honestly obtuse to even me sometimes. So, um, most people just come here, they chat about random stuff and just vibe to the music really. When in doubt, bark. Yeah. I don't know if that's gonna help code, but maybe. Whoop. Did that not work? Is my bot just this delayed? It's supposed to do a clicker sound. I think the bot might be dead. I don't know. Oh, there it goes. It's just 8 seconds delayed. Looking for a suitable fire starter in the woods. Bark. It can hurt code. The code's gonna be okay. You can bark at it. Hmm. Since you're a plugin, shouldn't you be able to get that? Oh. Internal? Yes, internal. Okay. We can delete all of this. Logging. Those are public. We can make those internal. Other things do not need to access that. And then that handles all of these. Harmony. I'm not going to have to touch this very much at all. I'm just going to have to do... That's going to be in the API? No. How do I want to do that? That's not static. Okay. Bold of you to assume that you could make music while watching a stream. You just have no idea what to draw. Um, oh, that's a good question. That's where I always get stuck, right? I'm always like, I don't know what I'm gonna draw or whatever, and then I don't because I'm like, oh, it would be dumb to draw an elephant or a flower or something. I just like psych myself out, unfortunately. Reduced shocker model. Burger? It's always burger. A lot of character case based stuff you could do, but what? Oh, Do you need help getting something picked out, maybe? If you could give me like, I don't know, two or three examples, maybe I could like help you pick one. Sometimes it's easier to pick from a list of three than it is to pick from like 30. Make a list? Awesome. Sounds good. Name. So it'd be get it based on the name. Yeah, that'll probably simplify things, right? This would be, um, wait, no. Can you do this again? I might, there it is. List of rock options. Berber. Potential VTuber model designs. You like to make them for practice. Revamping some designs for a fan series that you're cooking. Chipping away at a huge family of designs, as in a bunch of characters that are related in universe. Okay. Hmm. Okay, I could see some pros and cons to each of these, right? Like potential VTuber model designs, doing those for practice means that maybe one day that could be like something that you offer as commissions. That might be kind of cool. So there's a very practical use to that. Revamping some designs for a fan series that you're cooking. That sounds pretty interesting also because I mean like that's a very unique creative endeavor. Chipping away at a huge family of designs. Do you have one in specific from number 3 that you would want to start with? Is there one in that huge family where you're just like, yeah, this is the one I'm going to do first? Hmm. Call this options. Yeah. Okay. That's fine. Oh, choice paralysis? Yeah. You got your main girl that you probably do first? Okay. Because I was going to say if you don't know who you would work on very first for number 3, then I would say maybe don't pick that one because then you're kind of in the same situation where you're like, oh, I've got a bunch of things I need to do. Which one do I want to start with? Um, you know, because you mentioned that you started streaming recently, why not try some VTuber model designs? Or that you're going to start streaming, right? Maybe try that. Does that sound like something you'd want to work on? And here's another tip. If I said that and you were immediately like, damn, I hope Phoebe didn't choose wasn't gonna choose that, but I guess I gotta do it, then pick one of the other two. That's how it works. Mhm. Um, got a couple concepts tucked away for VTuber models. Awesome. Yeah, I'd love to know how they turn out. Internal check options. Option name. You're having a bad? Thank you so much for being here, T-Cross the Fox. I hope you get some good sleep, and I appreciate it. And we're gonna have a great rest of stream. I don't know how much longer we're gonna go. Probably not too much longer. I think that if I sit here and work on code for like too long, my brain goes bleh. Flex your creative muscles a bit, as I say. That makes sense to me. Yeah. Um, how do we do this? Gotta look up how to do this again. I always forget. This is embarrassing too, because it's like the most basic stuff. Oh. No, no, no. Why am I doing it this way? It's for each. Wet. Let's see. Yes, return option. Can't return. Well, I mean, we can return null. What? Oh, wait, no. That's the update. Here's this. Okay, so we will. This one's going to be called default. Nope. Okay, so for each of them. Oh, my goodness. I'm so sorry. I just smashed that mic boom so hard. Rip any headphone users. I'm so sorry about that. Option dot. Is it min max duration? Yeah, it's a good one. Min max duration current intensity is enabled. If it's equal to that, then it's not a method. Fuck you. Oof. Something like that. Yeah. What's this say? Oh. Okay. Gonna add string name in here. String to bool. What? Option dot name. Option name. Option dot name is not a bool. Why do you think it's a boolean? Why do you think this is a boolean? This is not a boolean. Oh, duh. Boolean? No, boolean. 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 It's a true false value. They're called that because of a guy. Dot min max duration. John Boole, I'm sure. I used to know off the top of my head. I don't really anymore. Oh my gosh. Fingers. No, not duration string. Duration equals dot duration. Fuck you. B max intensity. Min intensity. Might as well do this with current intensity too. Larynx is dead? Yours is? No, what happened? You gonna be okay? How do we want to do this? We do it this way, and then we come over here and do a new shock options. Default, and then we will set these to 10, 5, 1. Is enabled? Yeah, that's fine. Just some voice training. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Something like this. Creates that. Updates. Cool. Larynx needs to lift weights? Yeah, sometimes it happens. Okay. Okay, and then perfect. Duration, 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 intensity, 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 max, 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 min, 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 enabled, false, false. Ooh, let's see. What? Oh no, stop that. Not what I meant to do at all. Oh, come on. All I did was press, okay. There it goes. Okay. Proceed with minimum default. What if we do this? No, we don't need to keep that around. Okay. Okay, parry, death. Seems good. Right, what is this thing called? Forgot what I named it already. Options? Non-static. Oh, is this fucking static? No, it's not. Yeah, it's a good song. No way. Right. This is a song I used to like a lot. I don't think I need these, right? Uh, Yeah, that seems fine. Log ID. Am I even using this anywhere? Don't think that I am, actually. Against my skin, past love's lingered on. Equals plugin dot get option. Why do you want a static for that? Oh, because I don't have it declared. Give it away. Just say. Yeah, let's call it plugin, actually. Away. Something he wants. Tell him no. Me, you, right, me, and you don't buy another man's hungry hands. Maybe you're right, maybe I have been used up. Oh, I got my song wrong. This is probably like such bad practice. Okay, make these all option. Okay. I think that's good. Okay, it's actually pretty good. Shuffle again? Is that right? Um, right. Nope. Um, mm, that seems fine enough. I don't need to do that necessarily, right? Um, okay, this one, I think I pulled pretty much everything I can out of this except for patches. What if I bet I could use reflection for this. I don't think I need to. Maybe I don't need to. That sounds complicated. I'm surprised we don't have more arrows right now. Oh, whoops. This is wrong. What a delightfully long string. All right, so that's there. This is redundant, but you're not normally going to be logging info, so it's probably okay. I don't know. Those seem fine. Save those. Info found. Or many. Oh, due to its protection level. There we go. Clean up those errors. So there's a little bit we need to do there. We need to clean up the shock options. Shock options. We also need to fix up this plugin. Jesus, let's get these out of here. These things are not helping. They were using default interpolated string, which is like, cool. Lock, vibrate, beep, operate all. Operate, gotcha. Man, why did you stop? I'm still listening. Don't stop in the middle of a song. YouTube, cut it out. We can get rid of this. Haven't used that in a while. We're gonna leave that one in. Maybe we can figure out what was going on with that later. Artemisian, stretch and hydrate. I can do that. Posture check. Well, I'm coding. You know it's terrible. All right, let me sit up. Here's your hydrate. Here's the stretch. Hmm. Ah, thank you for that. Good stretch. Logging. Shock options list. The game plugin. Harmony instance. Yes. Didn't realize how late it is for you. Gonna head out to bed. That sounds good. Thank you so much for being here, Artemis. It was nice to see you again. And good luck on your drawing. Get yourself some good sleep, okay? I might be wrapping up here as well, because it's, what, 8 a.m.? Yeah, it's 8 a.m. now. It's 8 a.m., so like I might be wrapping up too. Yeah, I'm so glad that you got to pop in. Yeah, it was such a great time getting to chat with you again. It's been, like I said, it's been a little bit. It makes me happy that you got like a lot going on, you know? Like I know that it sucks to be busy, but it's busy in a good way. Hmm. I think I might be reaching I think I might be reaching a bit of a wall here. Um, operate all. HTTP method. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that seems good. Update needs nothing. Safety check needs nothing. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go ahead and see about shutting it down. I'm gonna go ahead and see about shutting it down. It'll take a little bit for it to do that. Um, this program is chunky. I keep looking at the stuff and I keep being like, what am I gonna do next? And some of it that I need to do is like more than I want to get into right now, and I don't have like any little stuff to mess with. So, it seems a good place to call it. It's also been just over 4 hours or so. Not quite 4 hours of coding, but just over 4 hours on stream. And that does feel like it's like a good amount. Code block, a little maybe. What I'm trying to do is like it's a lot to wrap your head around conceptually, if that makes sense. So it's about figuring out what pieces I want to poke with, like poke, which ones I don't, which ones I want to like change, which ones I want to keep, where different parts go different places. It's going better than I thought it was, which is nice. Oh, but yeah, we like pulled a bunch of stuff out of the Nine Souls mod and then put it into like a base plugin, and we'll be able to use that for any future ones, which is nice. And then the PyShock API, we're gonna have to mess around with that one a little bit. For one, I don't want it to be on HTTP, but we're gonna keep it on HTTP for now because it's working, right? But I want to break that class up a little bit, just make it a little bit easier to conceptualize. Okay, music is going off. And yep, we're gonna close Firefox and let it wait. Music is still playing on my end, by the way. I closed it down and it went for like another 10 seconds. Oh, and the model's also borked. Oh my goodness, y'all. We can barely code on this computer. How sad is that? Am I moving again? Oh, look, I'm moving again. Sort of. I don't know why it wasn't working before. Maybe because it was minimized or something. It's good to see me. Okie dokie. Getting logged in Twitch. I should, gosh, I should try to go to bed at a reasonable time today. What's the earliest that I could go to bed? 10? That sounds terrible too. I woke up not barely 12 hours ago. Not even, I guess. Yeah, yesterday messed me up with my schedule. I knew it was going to. We kind of planned around it, but yeah, let's find out who is online. Let's see who we can raid into. The shocking had its cost, always does. Always does. You like nap it again? What a day. Yeah, might as well. Take care of ourselves. Thank you. You too. Make sure you're taking care of yourself too. Um, who is on? Oh, I mean, Ashinna's on. Let's see what Boysen's up to. Let's see what Eve is up to. Um, Fancy. Alpha. Oh, I know that one. Okay. I don't know. I'm interested in going over to watch Ashinna either way. Maybe we just hop on over there. She is playing Animal well, so um, be warned, I guess. Not that there's like any bad content. It's just one of those games where like it's good to go into blind, and it's a very interesting and intriguing game. So it may be something that you just want to know about before. Before we go over there. Yeah, it seems fine. We're going to Ashinna. It's a fascinating game. I saw a speed run of it, and it was really fun. Already looking over there, to be honest. A spoilers game. It's very much a spoilers game. That's a good way of putting it. Thank you for describing it in a way that my brain couldn't. All right, we got a raid message we can use. If you are a follower, you can use the hearts. If you are a subscriber, you can use the little me's. And I'm gonna go ahead and get this raid started up. I'll have to think about what we're gonna do on the mod. Yeah, for that reason, high up on the list for you, totally understand. It's probably something I'm gonna dip for as well. Um, I'll at least like stick around, chat probably a little bit while I eat, but I don't blame anybody for being like, okay, lurking. Other than that, thank y'all for being here. I appreciate it. It's nice to have a nice little chill night on this. I'm glad that I got to do some work on it because, like I said, it's been bothering me for like a week and a half trying to get started on this. So maybe I'll be able to pick up some steam on this again. Um, yeah, other than that, thank y'all for being here. Love y'all a lot. Have a good night, and I'll see you on the other side of the raid. Oh, and we will be streaming tomorrow. I don't know what it's going to be. See you then. Bye bye.